correctly. And sometimes if you spin the way of the ball, you won't get there. If you try and spin the opposite direction, you're in a better position, but that takes time and practice. Second serve. And again, that's the second time we've seen Sophia just letting that ball drop. Maybe too low. Got to try and make contact when the ball is at the highest point. Cushion volley, try and edge close to the net. Decent lob. Hooks it back over Sophia. Goes for the big hit, doesn't travel far enough. Now on the back foot, Toronto. Well, look at that angle there from Sophia. And a chance for 4-4. What a turnaround from 4-1 down. Jordi Luján and Carl Rodriguez losing all that early momentum. And they had a great chance to win that point when it was out 4-1, that golden point. And here we are, another huge golden point. A break opportunity for the Toronto Polar Bears. Or can Houston make it back-to-back golden points and tie proceedings at 4-4? Up from Jordi Luján. Both her and Carla come forward. Oh, lovely shot. Completely changed the direction. It'll flick of the wrist. Tucks it away into the corner. That was impossible for Sophia. And 5-3, we have another break in this opening set. Really clever volley there. The Argentine switching things around. And now serving for this opening set. Mistake there by Renata Martinez. 15-love. It seems like the issues that we saw at the beginning of this match have been solved. A couple of times we're seeing a few extra pixels, but I know they're working on it. So do stick around. Lovely lob over Renata. Luján. That slice volley. The opponent have to bend low, but that was a really clever return. Just skimming the net, down at the feet of Jordi Luján, and 15-0. This is the longest rally of the set so far. But on the back foot, what reflexes though, that's unfortunate. They're on the back foot in that rally, and when you're defending, it is possible to turn defense into attack, but it's not easy, especially against two good players who are at the net. And you can see each time just stepping a bit closer, looking for those angles where they could hurt the Houston Volts. Just out from Sophia, that shot down the line just catching the glass wall. And another difficult shot. And that's a shame, really, having battled back from 4-1 down and a gold point. And in the end, just going up through the gears, Toronto. Taking 2 straight games in quick succession. And to take the first set 6-3. So they end that mini revival, that comeback attempt from the Volts, who have no safety net as we prepare for the second set here from the Padel Up Culver City venue in Los Angeles. Following this game, we will fast forward straight into the next contest. It'll be the men's doubles, Mexico Waves against the Florida Goats. So the players coming back out for the start of the second set, 6-3. Toronto Polar Bears taking that first set. So more of the same. If you're Jordi Lujan and Carl Rodriguez, of course, maybe having this little conversation now, just to iron out a few mistakes. Now, they were 40-15 up and lost that service game. They were 40-30 up and lost another service game. Also, another golden point. But still, they have been dominating the points and they've been controlling the net, so winning more points, and they've made less errors than their opponents. So they're not giving away any cheap points. The team from Canada. So unorthodox, that scooped lob. That one comes up short and a big hit, good winner. Brings it back to their side of the court. Sophia with the smash. Double-handed backhand return from Jordi. And again, just wraps her hand over the ball, brings it down. Shot into the net. Some men's doubles players warming up on the next court. Vinny DiFrancesco, Miguel Briega will be playing for the Florida Goats. Oscar Matias Almada and Maxi Montana will be playing for the Mexico Waves. Looking forward to that match, which will take place straight after the contest here, which could be in 20 minutes, or we might see a super tiebreak. Of course, there's no set. Should it be one set apiece, we have a super tiebreak, which is 10 points. A normal tiebreak, very similar to tennis, is to 7 points. Still serving for the opening game of the second set. Renata Martinez and Sofia Adamovic. Well, continuing this rally. Scoops it up well, Geordie. Double-handed backhand, trying to get to the net. Toronto. And that's a brilliant passing shot and reacted, but maybe just too late, Sophia. When that ball goes past you, the first thing you need to do is try and head toward that back glass, because you can still keep that rally alive by either hitting the ball against your own back glass and bringing it back over to the other side of the net, or trying what Sophia did, which is very difficult. So we have a golden point at the start of the second set. Really good bajada. There's that backhand, not quite enough power or height on that back glass. And in the end, 1-0. Houston Volts take their opening service game in the second set. Get a quick turnaround, really quick turnaround after just the opening game of the second set. Of course, the players stopped at the end of the first set. So after just one game, quick break, and the players back out again for this second set. PPL 2, live from Los Angeles, where it's approaching 10 o'clock in the morning, local time. Here in the US. Now, I know there are quite a few fans who follow us in Europe. Well, Central European summertime. We are approaching, I believe, 7 o'clock in the evening. Viewers tune in from around the world, and that's clever. That ball straight at the play at the net. He wasn't alert, wasn't ready. And Carla with that volley straight into the net. One of those ones where you're not caught in no man's land, but you either take a step forward, it becomes a slightly easier volley as the ball is at a better height, or you take one step backwards. A half volley or 2 step backwards and you're playing a ground shot. But give credit to Geordie. It was exactly where she wanted to put the ball, at the feet of her opponent. Oh, what a drop shot. Just took all the pace out of it with that backspin backhand. Good service game so far. Can they see it out? 40-15. Watching here, Carla Rodriguez and Lujan. One. Sophia to serve. Big hitter on this occasion into the foot of the net. Love 15. Slightly taller Sophia than her doubles partner Renata, and that's a 1.63 m. Sophia 168. Very similar, these two players in height, as their opponents. Jordi Lujan is 162, and Carla is the exact same height as Sophia, 168. We'll seem to have another technical issue here, which has been quickly solved. Bit of a connection issue, but do stay with us. Seems to be running very smoothly now. tough volley that. Ooh, that was sitting up invitingly. Should be disappointed. Jordi Lujan. It was there for the taking. And there we have the two players going for the same ball. That is why it's so good to aim, I wouldn't say all your shots, but the most, I think the best option is probably down the middle. Most players aim for that middle ground because it does create some confusion, and it's normally the safer option if you're on the back foot. Well, that all came about after Sophia wasn't quite where she wanted to be. In the end, just sent up an inviting lob, came up short, and the put away is good. And we have a break at the start of the second set. So a great start for Toronto, who took the opening set 6-3. So I've talked about a few rules of thumb. Formation we've got to look at also. Left-handed players, right-handed players, the benefits, and well, the pros and cons really of where to place a left-handed player. Normally it is on the backhand side, because then you've got play on the backhand side, but on the backhand's a forehand, two forehands. I mean, it's difficult to play against a left-handed player on that backhanded side. And in a right-handed team, so that's two right-handed players playing together, you would normally, more often than not, put the stronger player on the left, on the backhand side. Why? Because we'll take those important shots down the middle on their strong side, forehand side, and they would have a decent backhand. I'm going to try and mix the commentary with a few tips for newcomers, those watching the sport for the first time, not wanting to bore the experts out there, and those who play regularly too. But as you can see, it's fun, it's dynamic. There's also a great social appeal in playing paddle. You play doubles, so already you have a lively, interactive, back and forth atmosphere. What a banter also when you play with friends. And if all four players have a similar level, it is hugely enjoyable. You don't have to be pros, experts, intermediate. You could be starters. Oof, that was a bit wild. Yeah, holds her head. Carla Rodriguez. It's one of those sports where you can improve quickly, but as with all sports, to master the sport takes time. Hours out on court, and also watching paddle. The shots they play, why that lob, then why did they dart forward? Because they wanted to control the net, because they wanted to put pressure on their opponents. So everything is kind of done for a reason. You don't just send up an aimless lob without having an intention. It could be a defensive lob, it could be high to give you time to get back into position. If you're on opposite sides of the court because you've been made to switch during the point, gives you both time to get back into your original position, your stronger sides. Oh, that's a delightful passing shot. That's a real tennis shot. Hitting the ball on the rise. Down the line. 30 all. looking to cement their previous break. Scoot back superbly by Lujan. Oh, that was a really clever idea, but the execution not quite there. And that's a shame. I saw some really good shots there from Renata Martinez in that service game. But on that occasion, just going a bit wide with the forehand. 3-1 Toronto lead in this second set. Continue. They've got to just continue. Point by point. It's so important. Sometimes when things aren't going your way, you've been unlucky, or one of the two players isn't having their greatest day. You just got to keep, I wouldn't say plodding along, but trying to build positive momentum. You've got to reduce any tensions. Because if you get upset, more often than not, you kind of do something negative when it comes to your opponent, in that you've got to be there to boost them, not talk negatively to them. It does the complete opposite. So we're seeing here the two young players trying to keep a cool head. And what can they do now? Just win their service game. They are 30-15 up. And most of the points they've lost are due to unforced errors. Great return there by Jordi Lujan. And that was a tough one. Backtracking. That's a get down very, very low. Renata just sends her return again into the net. 30-all. We saw these two players in New York, and they played really well. I mean, they came up against Miami, who just blew everyone out the water. They were excellent. Dobbins and Marta Morga. But we did see these two players improve as the event went along. Now we need the next 2 points here, but that shot just deceiving Renata, who maybe has lost her way slightly in this service game. Let's get back on the page. Lujan. Renata doesn't clear the fence. And that was alert play there from Jordi. Straight away, she darted forward to the net. Why? Because the ball hit the back glass, hit the side fence. And when it hits the fence, it could go anywhere. It's a bit of a lottery. But it fell down nicely to Jordi Lujan. Just calm backhand volley. You need to have good court awareness. And they've broken their opponents. For a second time, they are serving 4-1 up in the second set. Jordi Lujan will be serving for the Toronto Polar Bears. So we're watching PPL 2 here from the Padel Up Culver City venue in Los Angeles. Now following this game, don't go too far away, you will have enough time to make a coffee, a cup of tea, have a snack, depending on where you are, a brunch perhaps, if it's quick, because we've got men's doubles on this court here. Mexico ways, Florida goes, followed by women's doubles, Las Vegas Smash, DC Matrix. And the final game of the opening day of competition here, New York Atlantics, San Diego Stingrays. Now the New York Atlantics men, Jaime Fermosel and Jose Carlos Gaspar, won the event in New York back in July. So they are the players to beat. They'll be on court against the Stingrays in the late matchup. Here, 4-1. Toronto lead in the second set, having taken the first set 6-3. Looking for that fence, scurries forward, Sophia. Down at the feet of Sophia. Just drops in. Now can they turn defense into attack? But look how quickly. He did everything right there. Toronto. However, Carla just sending that same volley into the net. But you've got to keep getting back to the net. I know it becomes tiring. Forward lob, back. Chip, shot, forward lob, back. You can be up and down like a yo-yo, but you've got to try and be at that net. And that's the one thing. Oh, we've seen an ace. You get very few of those. Superb, deep, tucked up right against the glass. You've got to keep getting to that net. Yes, you can win a shot with a ground shot, but look at there. Two players behind the service line, right up against the glass, on the back foot, sitting ducks. Good volley behind the service line. Plenty of slice. As, you know, it bounces, kicks up nice and low, hits that back glass with slice, comes down even lower. That's where you don't see too many topspin shots, apart from the smash. Because, of course, with that huge kick on a topspin smash, more chance that ball will clear the side or back wall. Looking for that pick up off the glass wall. Some paddle shots we will look into. The Vibra, bandeja, chiquita, gancho, globo, volea, bajada, tacuela. What we just saw there was an attempt at a contra pared, which is that defensive shot of playing the ball back off your wall to return it over to the other side of the court. Now, a lot of these words are Spanish because the game was invented in Mexico and then adopted in Spain and Argentina. Those two countries are the powerhouses right now and have been for the last almost 2 decades. Look how quickly we've flown through this second set. 5-1 down. And again, it's Sofia. Look at that. Just look. You're serving. And you're having to defend straight away. Now, the aim needs to be to try and get forward and stay forward. So you're using this Australian double setup. So both players always stay on their preferred side, which just means that Sofia has to serve from this backhand side. Standing directly in front of her is her doubles partner, and Sofia has to dart across, slightly more ground to cover to get to the net. Now they're both on their original side. But they've made 2 mistakes. They pull a point back, 15-30 down, but here you will see both players line up on the same side of the court. Why? Because Sofia would want to move back onto that forehand side, leaving her doubles partner Renata on her favoured backhand side. Gets lucky tape call. Clever shot up against the glass. Good pick up. Tough shot to play there by Sofia. Oh, that was wild. Very wild indeed. Not seen too many of those from Jordi Luján. 30-all. Now they were in this position, 4-1 up in the first set, lost back-to-back games and were 2 points away from being pegged back at 4-4. Great shot again there by Sofia. Has really improved her game on defense, but they need to get forward and they do. Covers a lot of ground, Sofia. Lets it bounce against the wall. Why? Because it allows her to come forward, Carla. And that's a sitting duck. And then we have a paw 3, the big smash winner. The only real way of winning a point outright is by hitting a paw 3, a paw 4, or seeing your shot strike your opponent, but not too hard. As it can be painful. Match point. Toronto Polar Bears. Serving to stay in the match. Houston Volts. A lot of pressure on the 2 young players. Renata Martinez, 19. Sofia, the 20-year-old. Sends over that high lob. Again, they're on the back foot, and that's gone out wide. And the match won by the two veterans, Toronto Polo Bears, Jordi Lujan and Carla Rodriguez, in straight sets. 6-3, 6-1 in just over an hour. Superb how they regrouped after that 4-3, facing 2 break points for 4-4. And in the end, they won those next 2 games, and they just flew through that second set. Here we have the stats from the game. Surprisingly, Houston Volts took more golden points. But look at that key stat. It's not serves won, it's the last stat on your screen. Long rallies won. That is where the experience counted. The two more veteran players, more patient, in good positions. And how did they win those long rallies? Well, by getting to the net and staying at the net. If you lose the net, you try to recover the net. And also, another key stat, which isn't there, is also unforced errors. And there were more unforced errors committed by the two players for the Houston Volts. So we have our first result from day 1 of competition here in LA. Women's doubles, Houston Volts, Toronto Polo Bears, the team from Canada, taking on us 6-3, 6-1. Now, don't go too far away. Shortly, it will be the men's doubles here on this court at the Padel Up Culver City venue. Mexico Waves, Florida Goats, Vinny DiFrancesco against Mexico Waves, Oscar Matias Almada, and also Miguel Briega on that drive side. His opponent on the opposite side of the court will be Maxi Montano. So looking forward to this game. It should be fast, should be dynamic. We have 2 huge hitters in Oscar Matias Almada and Vinny DiFrancesco. So don't go too far away. Like I said, grab a coffee, a cup of tea, matcha if you're into that as well. And we'll see you in a couple of minutes. Hello, welcome here back to the Padel Up Culver City venue. Looking forward to what will be the second game here on this court. 3 courts here. We saw some players warming up on the court just to the right hand side. Well, those players are out now. Turn of the Florida Goats and Mexico Waves, Vinny Di Francesco. Brightest young talent here in the US. 20 years old, plays on that backhand side. He would team up with Miguel Briega, Spaniard. 25 years old, plays on the drive side. So of the 2 players, the bigger hitter will be his doubles partner, Vinny Di Francesco. So earlier today, we had the opening game at this venue. Women's doubles, Houston Volts taking on the Toronto Polo Bears. A good victory for the team from Canada, Jordi Lujan and Carla Rodriguez, winning in straight sets. 6-3, 6-1, beating Renata Martinez and Sofia Adamovic. Here, it's the turn of Vinny Di Francesco and Miguel Briega. Oscar Matias Almada, Maxi, Montano, the 2 players for the Mexico Waves. Mexican, 32 years old, 1.90 m. His doubles partner will play on the drive side. 1.74 m, Maxi Montano. 23 years old. Some local talent for the Mexico Waves. How are they doing in the rankings? Well, right now, the team to beat are the New York Atlantics. Jaime Fermosel, Jose Carlos Gaspar, who won the final at the New York event at the Hammerstein Ballroom. Now, the group games took place at the Padel House Greenpoint in Brooklyn, but the main PPL event saw a PPL and podium day of PPL 2 take place at the Hammerstein Ballroom. Here we are at the Padel Up Culver City venue, with the PPL playing at the Barker Hangar in Santa Monica. Now, if you were listening earlier, we were talking about the court, how to play the game. The rule is very similar to tennis. The points, of course, you have a golden point instead of just a deuce and then advantage, and if you don't win the point, back to deuce again, which can sometimes make games eternal, and also takes away some of the drama. You just imagine a golden point. You win, you lose. That's it. More pressure, more drama, more excitement for those playing and also, of course, for those watching. Now, I have been asked before, is there a difference when it comes to balls, as in tennis ball and a paddle ball? Now, they do look very similar, but there is a difference, and it is an important difference. So with a paddle ball, you have low internal pressure. I mean, you're looking about 10, 11 psi compared to 14 psi in tennis balls. Now, the pressure of the ball makes a massive difference. And of course, playing this game at sea level or at altitude also makes a big difference. Because the higher you are, the thinner the air, the faster the ball travels. So sometimes at really high altitude venues, you can actually play with a different pressured ball to make it slightly slower. And at a venue at sea level, play with a different pressured ball to compensate playing at sea level so the points aren't so slow. So lower pressure lower bounce. And also, if that ball does hit the back glass, it doesn't fly off too fast. So, tennis balls are pumped up to about 10, 11 PSI. I mean, you're looking at a big difference, about 25%. So if you do play with a tennis ball, it will kick up, it will be hard to hit, and it won't be as fun. So try and find paddle balls, they're not expensive. Very similar in price to tennis balls. It does make a huge difference if you play with the right ball. Also, if you play with the right racket, paddle rackets, which can be made from several different materials, and then you also get several different shapes, and also rackets made for more defensive players who want more control, maybe some big hitters who have a lot of control look for rackets that offer more power. So you can have foam, carbon, Kevlar, EVA. I mean, there's a long list. If you're starting off, you should probably go for something that has a lot of control, and gradually you can move from a tear-shaped to a more rounded racket. Some rackets are more top-heavy. I mean, it's a wild paddle rackets, but an average racket is the best way to start. Go for the most expensive racket. And then depending on how you progress and your style of play, you will find something that will benefit you, because not every player likes playing with the same racket. It's a very personal decision. You've got a coach, listen to the coach. I'm sure they know best. So we've had the warm-up. Florida Goats, Mexico Waves, Maxi Montano, Oscar Matias Almada, taking on Benidi Francesco and Miguel Briega. Now the Florida Goats, they love their super tie breaks in New York because all their games went to super tie break. Normally better in the second sets of matches. Bit of a diesel. Start off slowly and improve. Empty-handed Mexico Waves from their two group games, but they played well and actually lost to these guys, their opponents, in a super tiebreak. So maybe looking to avenge that loss in the Big Apple here in this next game in LA. Well, just seeing a few extra pixels, but that will be sorted out. I've been looking at that minor technical issue which we had at the start of the opening game, cleared up, and we could fully enjoy the Toronto Polar Bears against the Houston Volts in that first match. We get 4 matchups today. It's going to be exciting and non-stop. We get a similar session on Friday. More games to look forward to on Saturday. And then, of course, the big one, men's and women's finals. Still lots of points up for grabs. Still, there'll be a bit of shifting in that standings. Looking to finish as high as possible. You want to be in the top 2. You need to be in the top 2. Not as an overall team, but your women's and men's. Why? Because the top 2 pairings in both qualify for that final event. Can't wait. Before that, we have got 2 to look forward to in Mexico, Guadalajara. The next, the 24th to 27th of September in Playa del Carmen, from December the 3rd to the 6th. That is what the PPL players and PPL 2 players are playing for. The Cities Cup Finals in Miami. Underway here in this second match And look at that shot there. The ball three just swats at it. Now that is my favourite shot in that I just love. It's called a chancletazo, okay? Which, chancla is a flip-flop. So you just imagine grabbing a flip-flop and just taking a swat at something but sideways. It's about shoulder high, schmack. Well, that was a chancletazo. Well, shortly we'll be just bringing on that scoreboard, but there is the first game. Really just started. Florida Goats, Mexico Waves. Good, comfortable service game. It's what you want. And as you can see there, straight out onto the other side of the court. When you win points and win games, you're more likely to be out there wanting to maintain a fast tempo. If you're losing, you kind of want to break up the rhythm of your opponents. Now expect a tight match here. Quick points, quick fire points. 4 very dynamic players out on court in this second match between the Florida Goats and Mexico Waves. Florida Goats serving Vinny Di Francesco, 30 love. Now, if we do get these minor technical issues, I will continue chatting away. We've got a scoreboard up left, and I'll make the most of these moments just to talk to you about some of the rules of paddle and also maybe help when it comes to jargon. Now, jargon can be your friend or not. Very technical terms in any sport. I'll try and keep the jargon down to a minimum. Maybe just introduce a few shots one by one when we see them and describe them. So we saw the chancletazo. Another very popular shot is the bandeja, which is a tray shot, which isn't quite a smash. There we go, that little shot up against the cage. Very unpredictable. Always good to try and hit that ball, even with topspin, into that side fence. Looking to serve out this game to love. They just drop a point. There's a commentator's curse. 40-15. And that's a really difficult one to gauge. When it's tucked up right into the corner, doesn't matter how good you are, how professional you are, that can hit right, left, come out at one angle, left, right, come out at a completely different angle. Maxi now serving 1-1. That was brilliant. That side spin. That ball literally just died after the first bounce. So they don't have to be drilled in the serves. Spin, sometimes look for that middle shot. Doesn't give your opponents much of an angle to play around with. The winner there from Almada. Another good option if you're serving is to go out wide and look for the glass. But if you do that, you have to tell your doubles partner to cover their side of the court, so they don't step into the middle and leave a huge gap down the line. Well, we have flown through these first 2 service games, and now serving 40 love up, Mexico Waves. We serve in this opening set. Now, this sport actually started in Mexico. Enrique Corcuera, who was a Mexican businessman, created a game in his own backyard. Now, probably didn't have enough space for a tennis court. I thought, okay, I need walls. So let's create something that isn't squash, isn't tennis, but a racket sport. And here you are, paddle. So he created a compact playing area with these, walls. Originally they were cement walls, and then it's evolved into these glass walls and metal cage. The surface, of course, used to be hard cement, quick. That has also evolved. And so the sport then moved to the south coast of Spain, Marbella, then disappeared for a few years and then became huge in Argentina, and then came back to Spain. And it's the biggest market there is right now, internationally. And the PPL is hoping that the US, Canada, and Mexico can follow suit and compete at the highest level. And they're doing things right with this PPL 1 and also the PPL 2, which we are enjoying here from the Padel Up Culver City venue in Los Angeles. 2-1. Sends that volley crashing into the tape. Low 15. Another good serve again, very similar to the serve we saw from Maxi Mondano in the earlier service game. Not getting much of a bounce with that side spin. Looks for it again. Difficult one to pick up. Does well though, Maxi. And that was drilled straight at his opponent on this side of the court. Briega is the one sporting that white baseball cap. On the other side of the court is Oscar Matias Almada. Oh, no breaks so far in this opening set. 2-2. Very good service game. Miguel Briega. We're looking for that bajada. An attacking shot. There you have a couple of options. You can either look for an attacking shot or look for a lob. On that occasion, Maxi went for the winner, and in the end, it will go down as an unforced error. Gets a call, and a really good call. It's so important, the communication between the players. You need your doubles partner to be constantly chatting away. Now, some people don't like it, but if you've got your doubles partner letting you know exactly where your opponents are, then you can know what shot to play. Because a lot of times, like there for example, Maxi is running in the opposite direction of the net back to his opponents. For the first time. Side serving are behind on their service game. 15-30. 30-all. That's a good serve up against the glass. Also here. That yes from Oscar Matias Almada. I was actually expecting a vamos, vamos. It was a yes. And that's a clever shot. And punches the air. Briega. Why? Well, because it's a setup 2. Not 1, but 2 break points. Mexico Waves would need to win this, set up a juice golden point, win that too. So 2 break point opportunities for the Florida Goats. And again, another decent serve. And again, Di Francesco, he is returning to the net. Still, golden point. Now, I'm pretty sure Briega will receive, having struggled to get that ball back into play, Vinny. On the last couple of serves he's been on the receiving end of. It is the team receiving who can choose. So, Florida Goats have opted for Briega. Let's see if they can break at the second opportunity. And it's out from Briega. Minor scare for Mexico Waves, but they hold firm. 3-2 with serve in this opening set. So what goes on here? Change ends. Now you see the coaches with the players. You don't get much time, but still, words of wisdom, maybe some tactics, maybe switch things around, maybe look to be slightly more defensive, slightly more offensive, look for shots to one player, or maybe mix things up a little. I'm sure Florida Goats will be disappointed not to have broken Mexico Waves with those 2 break points. We're going to put them 3-2 up and then serving for a 4-2 lead. Now they're serving to tie this first set. It will be Vinny Di Francesco, the American, to serve. Just waiting for Maxi to lace up his sneakers. Here he is, back onto court. Really impressed by this Padel Up Culver City venue in LA. Great height for an indoor centre. It's over 30 feet, which is more than enough for those high lobs, which is a shot used very often in paddle. Block volley. And we see not going for the winners. That was intelligent play. Calm, composed, good, decent volleys. And just slow cooking that point. Allows that great shot there by Briega. But you just saw there, really good return from Maxi Montano. The way he just let the ball bounce, hit the glass, and then attacked it. Because sometimes if you're hitting it first time on the rise or half volleys, you're hitting a defensive shot. Whereas if it's not coming too quick, that ball, it can bounce, hit the glass. You can attack that shot because you have forward momentum as you move forward behind the ball. So you can then suddenly hit that shot, and 2 more steps, you're at the net. Well, nothing to separate these two teams so far in this opening set. Now, they faced 2 break points in their previous service game, Mexico Waves. That's a good shot there, almost along the glass. So Barrera not having any room to get his racket around the ball. That's a good shot down the middle. Oh, just couldn't get high enough on that occasion. Max perhaps just jumped too early. $15-all. Bit of a miss hit. Well, a bit of a miss hit, but it still counts. Well, again, they've got themselves in front in the service game. Florida Goats. Big point for Mexico Waves. Otherwise, they could be facing 3 great points. Vega sets off. They can't get there. Good, powerful hit by Maxi Montano. 30-all. Goes to that drilled one-handed forehand, almost tennis style. Barrera scoots it up down the middle. Do they come forward? Yes, they do. Good return there by Di Francesco, and it's gone long. It's gone long from Oscar Matias Almada. And again, 2 break points for the team out of Florida. Must be feeling a bit of pressure, Mexico Waves. But that's a great serve, and again, able to keep that point alive. Pretty Di Francesco. And for the golden point, again they've opted, as they did in the earlier Mexico Wave service game, for Bodega to receive. Oh, wonderful. There was a gap, but still that was some shot by Maxi Montano. No pace, just guided cross-court into that gap left by Barrera. 4-3. They survive another scare on their service game. Mexico Waves lead. Must be frustrating for Florida Goats, who have played very well, having had 4 break points in total over 2 service games. and unable to take any. Now what normally happens in these kind of situations is your opponents get one break point and take it. Oh, let's see if they can tie things up 4-4 and then look to break Mexico Waves finally in this opening set. $30 love. And that's the way to go about it. A good serve there from the 25-year-old. Great return there from Maxi. Such good reflexes. That was clever, but read by Maxi, but couldn't keep it down, couldn't keep it in. It does not like they're going to drop this service game. Oh, a good low volley again behind the service line. To the fence, does well. There's a gap picked up by Brega. And that's a superb winner. Well, the Bibura. It's a signature shot in Padel. That ball kind of travels up against the glass and drops so quickly. It's such a difficult shot to return. Much more aggressive than a bandeja, which is a more defensive shot, but could still be used to try and gain control of the net. And that return wasn't good because it hit the fence. Bodega's return clipped the fence, which is why the point goes to Mexico Waves. $30 love. Second serve. We're looking for a good delivery. Sometimes it's good to take some of the pace off the serve just to give you time to get to the net. $40 love. So it looks like the Florida Goats are going to be under pressure. They'll be serving to stay in the first set. Should Mexico Waves take this service game. And they have, without dropping a point. 5-4. Mexico Waves lead in this first set. $5-4, Mexico Waves lead. Florida Goats here at the Padel Up Culver City venue. PPL 2, live from LA. Earlier today, we saw Jordi Luján and Carla Rodriguez Win 6-3, 6-1 for the Toronto Polar Bears against the Houston Volts is Renata Martinez and Sofia Adamovic. Here we're enjoying Florida Goats, Mexico Waves. Vini Di Francesco, Miguel Biega. Serving to stay in this first set, 5-4. Oscar Matias Almada, Maxi Montano ahead for the Mexico Waves. And that's out from Almada. Quick thinking, quick feet. Excellent play there by Maxi. Darted forward. Not enough power really on that shot by Vinny. Bit harder. It will come back over his side of the court. Would have been an outright winner. 30-15. Great contra pared. Really quick thinking again. Well, saw them play in New York a couple of games, Mexico Waves, and they played well but lost both matches. Here they are, just 2 points away from the first set. Drilled forehand, sits up, oh, it sat up so invitingly. And he knows, that was appetizing. It was there, it was a good height for Maxi. And his shot into the net. Well, a couple of missed opportunities for the Mexico Waves. Five in this opening set. Second serve. Viego tries to get forward, but was caught in no man's land. That was a clever little pick up by Oscar Matias Almada. Split second decision. Do you go forward? Do you go back? Do one thing or the other. If you don't do either, then that is what could happen. A ball at the feet, a ball just behind you. 30 love. Whoa. That is a tough shot to master. The board 4 backhand smash. Bounced on Mexico Waves side of the court and over that 4-meter back fence. So 30-15. $30 all. Well, they battle back. Florida Goats, can they carry this momentum into this next point to set up another 2 break points? They've had 4 so far. Failed to win any. Oh, no. He'll be so disappointed. Really, Di Francesco. It was one of those ones where sometimes you have too much time to think. It's at a good height. You're not having to sprint somewhere to retrieve the ball. Your weight is perfect. And sometimes you have too much time. And in the end, into the net. And that's a missed opportunity. That's a good one-handed backhand down the line there by Vinny. Vega uses that side glass, but it goes too long. 6-5. Mexico Waves lead. I won't say we're headed for a tie-break just yet, because it'll be the commentator's curse. But Florida Goats will be serving to send this game to a tie-break. Play resumes. Six-5, Mexico Waves lead in this opening set. They've had a few scares, but they are ahead. They're crashing up on the Florida Gates. It'll be the serve of Vinny Di Francesco, the 20-year-old American. They've not really struggled on their service games so far in this set. As for the point count, they've won more points than their opponents, but they've just not been able to break them. Up next, for those just quickly wondering, because there are 4 games on the slate today, it's women's doubles, Las Vegas Smash, DC Matrix, followed by the New York Atlantics, San Diego Stingrays men's doubles matchup. Here we are with game 2 of the session. Earlier, a victory for the Toronto Polar Bears against the Houston Volts in straight set, 6-3, 6-1. Winds up with a big smash and catches his opponent wrong-footed. Went for that diagonal angle, came off with an even better angle behind Oscar Matias Almada. 40 love. And another brilliant service game. And we do have a tie-break. Now, a tie-break is identical in that it's 1 serve followed by 2 serves for each player. First to 7, winning by 2 clear points, wins a tie-break. Switching ends after 6 points, and then 12, if needed. I'm just not scooping it over the net with that backhand. Not to the pace of it, wanted it just dropping at the feet of Almada. You could see that technique. Vinny just winding himself up for that big smash. Racket down by the side. Then almost that scratching the back. And then launching his arm high and meeting the ball at the highest contact point. Superb execution. Great recovery. And again, trying to stay in this point, Florida. Oh, that was brilliant. And again. Oh, and that's unlucky. They did just about everything right, Florida. But I think Vinny could have perhaps played that shot. He thought it was going out, but still, probably deserves something more, and that is painful when you lose a point, which you probably should have lost, but then end up having a chance to maybe win. So we have a mini break in this tie break. A little glitch here. Hopefully, we'll be back. The point was won by the Florida Goats, Di Francesco and Miguel Briega, to tie things at 2-2. So we are with serve in this first set tie break. (3-2). Mexico Waves lead in the tie break. (4-2) to the team from Mexico. And changing ends after 6 points. Here you go, Briega serving for the Florida Goats. Some really good volley from the Florida players, but some excellent defensive shots. In the end, they're going long. Oscar Matias Almada, but they hit some really good baseline shots, but you can't keep doing that. And in the end, the pressure on the Mexicans too much. And that is why you need to be at the net. That is where most points are won. By gaining control. There you go, serve and volley. Now can they look to push them back? Lob straight at Vinny, who perhaps, if he watches that again, might think, okay, let it bounce. And then follow it forward. But of course, I'm up here. Great perspective when you're down there and that ball is flying at you, because you can't appreciate the speed that ball travels at if you're watching at home. Oh, what a rally. 5-3, Mexico Waves lead. Just waiting to see which two teams will take this key point. Remember, it's to 7, this tie break. Watching first set tie break. Mexico Waves lead. And that's a really good serve. Set points for the Mexico Waves. Briega with the serve. Way into the net, but still more opportunities for Oscar Matias Almada and Maxi Montano. They have 3, still 2 remaining. Well, now just the one. 6-5. But Maxi Montano, who will be serving, and what we have seen from him in this opening set is that low bouncing, side spin serve down the middle. It's worked so well so far, but he opts for one towards the glass to catch out. Vinny reacted well. Can he get there? Oh! Well, in the end, not enough power on the smash there. Oscar Matias Almada. And it's 6-6. Well, they come back from 6-3 down to tie proceedings at 6-6. Quick switch of ends. Dramatic tiebreak. Need to win by 2 clear points. Looks like no teams can make the most of those opportunities. 3 set points, Mexico Waves had 4 break points during the set. Florida, and now they have their own set point. Well, what a remarkable turnaround. 4 points in a row. One more, and they take this opening set. Di Francesco gets forward. That's a good serve. They're at the net. They're in control of the point. Trying to defend. Nice chip and charge. Oh, what a great volley. What an angle that by Miguel Briega. Cross court. And they battle back from behind to take a thrilling first set. 7-6. Florida Goats. Billy Di Francesco, Miguel Briega. And well, for Mexico Waves, how do you bounce back from that? 3 set points. Oscar Matias and Maxi Montano played extremely well in the last couple of games of the set, and also that tiebreak up until 6-3 before losing 5 straight points and the opening set 7-6. Well, what a first set between Florida Goats and Mexico Waves. 7-6, 8-6 it was in the first set tiebreak. And Maxi and Oscar need to pick themselves up because they played well. Maybe early in the set, they struggled on some of their service games, facing 4 break points, which they defended. Never really pushed hard on any of the service games, just the one by Florida Goats. But in the tie break, they took a 6-3 lead. But they failed to close out the set. And credit to how the Florida Goats picked themselves up, dusted themselves down, and put together that 5 unanswered point streak to win that set 8-6. Making her mother doing the running. 30 love. $40-15. Oh, good service game. Florida Goats. Now, from a psychological, mental point of view, it's important that the Mexico Waves players win the service game and then build on from there. When you've lost that first set, in the manner you've lost that first set, if you've been outplayed, then you go, okay, they were better than us. Let's improve. But if you were there and you were 1 point away from taking that set, not just once, but at 6-3, 6-4, and 6-5, those missed 3 opportunities, you've got to forget about it. Put it behind you. Then you can analyze the shots and the points with your coach. Well, for a second, Vinny was going to help out. Good low volley from Oscar. In. And that wasn't a bad attempt from Miguel Villegas. There's never a lost cause when he's on the court. Long. Second serve. Oh, great reflexes there from Vinny. Villegas has to get across. Clever lob, allows them both to get forward. That shot down the middle, well covered by the Spaniard. Goes to the drive, Oscar. And that backhand from Maxi straight into the net. No breaks by either team in that first set. Bit of a chip and charge that from Villegas. And long from Vinny. So that's a clever shot there, just to chip it and then race forward, because your opponent can see you getting to the net. And it does sometimes put them under pressure, or sometimes they're caught in two minds as to what is the best shot to play. Great shots there by, and almost again. For a very tall player, he's very good with those ground shots. Oscar Matias Almada stands just over 1.90 m, so he's the tallest player out there. 5-6 centimeters taller than Vinny, whose lob wasn't tough, but a mistake by Maxi, and it's deuce golden point in the first game, where Mexico Waves are serving in the second set, and we've seen that throughout the first set. But it is true that despite being under pressure on their service games, they didn't lose any in that first set. The fake smash. Oh, so clever there. Superb Maxi. 1-1. And another missed golden point opportunity. Little drop shot scurries forward. Good covering. Looks the fake smash, but it's read superbly by Oscar Matias Almada. That smash wasn't, I wouldn't say it was the wrong shot, but it did bounce up maybe too high. But that was good anticipation, good awareness. Oscar Matias, 15-0. And the big winner, Briera. Now, normally a smash down the line is more difficult to defend. When both players are stuck up against the glass, any good smash is normally a winner. So when you do see opponents winding up to smash the ball, you normally dart forward in anticipation. At least one of the two players approach the net. But what we did see in that earlier service game, as we see that big winner from Oscar, is the fake smash, where you are looking like you're about to hit a big smash, and at the last moment you just pull out and dink the ball over the net. If it bounces before the service line, then it normally dies before it reaches that back glass. That's exactly what we saw from Maxi in that earlier service game when they were facing a break point. 40-30. Goats serving for a 2-1 lead in the second set. With serve. No surprise. 2-1. Goats ahead in this second set. First set, Florida Goats 7-6, 8-6 in the tiebreak, 2-1. Leading with serve in this second set. Maxi on Daniel with that dark baseball cap to serve. Oh, apologies from both players. Not intending for that drop shot, but it was the perfect shot. Love 15. Good miss hit by Vinny. Oh, took his eye off the ball for a second. The American, 15-0. (40-15). Really good deep serve by Maxi. And serving so well, and that's long. Out. Just watches it all the way. Oscar Matias Almada. And we're at 2-2 in this second set. Well, that first match we had finished 6-3, 6-1. We've had more games in this second match than we did in the first matchup. And we've been playing for just over an hour. Now the matchup between these two teams in New York a month ago went to super tiebreak. It was won by the Florida Goats. And there's very little to choose between these players again here today at the Padel Up Culver City venue in Los Angeles. PPL 2 live. Later on, two more games to look forward to here. Women's doubles, Las Vegas Smash, DC Matrix, New York Atlantics, San Diego Stingrays. Men's doubles to end the first session, so a packed slate on this opening day of competition. Too much power on that shot for Oscar. 30-all. Well, guess what? We're reserved. 3-2. Quick change of end, bit of music. For those watching, you've got about a minute and a half before we continue here. Okay, so you are seeing a dark screen. It's not the solar eclipse we had in Europe yesterday. It's just that we are rebooting here at the venue and hopefully just solving that minor technical glitch which has been coming and going in that first match and also in this second match. So hopefully when we get back, things will be a lot smoother. And we can enjoy each and every point in its full. So the players out now, 3-2. down in the second set, 1 set down. Metzger Waves serving. Oh, we continue to work with this minor technical issue. But we've got that scoreboard, and hopefully we'll be able to enjoy this tight game between the Florida Goats and Metzger Waves. Big cheer, big winner. 30-15 now. They lead. Florida Goats. They've been in this situation before. They've been in better situations before with 4 break points. Now, they need to win this point. Quick little team talk because he has struggled when returning. Vinny DiFrancesco. And that one goes long from the American. 30-all. Goes that little drop shot. The rally continues. 30-all. And we have 2 break points for the Florida Goats. At the 5th opportunity, can Vinny DiFrancesco and Miguel Briega break Matias and Maxi Montano? They've got 2 opportunities. Scoops it back into play. And again. Oh, they salvaged the first. And now serving. I presume to Miguel Briega. But they've been serving to Briega on every break point. And they've not won any yet. But it's true. Vinny DiFrancesco has struggled when receiving. But I would go with Vinny. It's probably going to be Miguel Briega. But maybe mix things up a little. Well, it's going to be the Spaniard receiving. Oh, 3-3. Well, that's now 6 break points they have failed to take in this match. There's no change of ends. It's just a quick try the handle on the racket and play on. New balls. Which I suppose does benefit the team serving. Or if you go across into your partner's side of the court, you have to do exactly what Vinny did. Win that point outright. big smash, plenty of top spin, big kick off the back glass. $15 Oh, flying through their service game. Just out there from Briera. Just looking to squeeze it in down the line. Tuck it in up against the glass, but just bouncing onto the glass before it should have. 40-15. Four, 3. Florida Goats ahead in this second set. Players will be out shortly. Mexico Waves always ahead in that first set. Serving, hanging on to their service game. Then into that tie break where they had 3 set points. In the second set, still with serve somehow, because they've been unable for the Goats to win any of their break points. They've had 6 across 3 different matches, so games, and just, I mean, credit to how the Mexicans have played, because when they're under pressure, we've seen their best paddle. It was when they were in front 6-3 that they missed those opportunities to take that first set, and who knows, perhaps the second set would have been different. Now it's going to be Maxi Montano, the 23-year-old, to serve for the Mexico Waves. That's a clever switch there, disguised it until the last moment. Oscar Matias Almada. Little flick of the wrist. Boom. Cross-court winner. Again, just apologises for these little glitches, and it makes tracking a point very difficult. But we are working to iron out these tiny issues. Now that's off the cage, clever. Out from Vinny. Drops out, and there Brega just pointing at his teammate. Why? Because he he's tracking the ball. It's difficult sometimes, that court awareness. It has to be a doubles paddle that gives you that shout. Leave it. Watch it. Oh, look how he sets himself up. Miguel Briega. First that drop shot, and then the winner. Patience. It's a skill you need to have when playing paddle. Sometimes that ball seems to be there for the taking, but sometimes it's best just to hit a decent volley deep and then go in for the kill with the next shot. 5-4, just one game away, Florida Goats from taking the match, but we've not seen a break so far, so I wouldn't bet against Mexico Waves winning that next game and setting up 5-5. Now the good thing for the Florida Goats is that they've had time to go out, sit down, probably look back briefly at what they haven't done right on those key points, but they've had those 6 break points, and maybe just look to be slightly more aggressive than they have been. They have a cushion. It is Mexico Waves who are serving, have no safety net. So the pressure is on, especially if they lose the first point or two on Oscars' serve. Well, they won the first point. 15 love. $30 love. Oh, that's a lovely passing shot, tucking in the corner, gets forward. That's so intelligent. Now, if we can see that again, Briega hits that cross court and then tracks the path of the ball, attacks the net, gets into a good position, opens up his body slightly, and that punch volley down low to the right to win the point. And they've done it again. Back-to-back points. 30-all. 2 points. 2 more points. All that Florida Goats need to take the match. That's a good serve. 40-30. Excellent volley. And that's really clever. And through the legs to Willie. And again, what a... the shots are coming in quick and fast. But great defense. Briega, the big smash. And that's over the head of Briega. Well, he pulled out 2 or 3 masterclass shots there, just to keep Florida Goats in the rally. But at 30-all, they couldn't get it over the line. And we're back at 5-5. We are tied in this second set. Nice little drop shot. Maxi, though, gets forward, and he can't get across in time. That was a tough one, really, because it opted to stay back on Matthias. Wasn't a bad idea, really, with the other player darting forward and out of position. Just in case he was lobbed, he was deep just to retrieve that lob. And spotting him deep, we saw Vinny go for that shot against the glass and couldn't really do much. Had no room to manoeuvre. Oscar Matthias Almada. It's one of those ones where you kind of go, get out of the way and hope it hits that glass and comes forward and your partner can cover. But in the end, quick service game. 6-5, Florida Goats lead in this second set and by 1-0. Or are we going to get deja vu? 7-6, first set. Leading 6-5 in this second set, Florida Goats. Ahead, having missed opportunities to break. The Mexico Waves have fought back time and time again. When they've looked in trouble, they've pulled us some great shots. Under pressure, they've played their best paddle. And here they find themselves again now serving, not just to stay in the set, but to stay in the match. Maxi Mondano to serve. Now, there we saw Vinny race forward, and perhaps had Igor Bodega have not hit that shot first time, it would have been easier for his doubles partner, Vinny. Second serve. Oh, just clips that tape. Good reflexes. Maxi. 15-all. (30-15). Slice serve. Tremendous spin. So difficult to return. Oh, a bit of a miss hit. And a very rare miss hit. I've not seen any of those from Maxi today. Still though, serving for another tie break. Leaves it Maxi for Oscar. Wants to set up that lob, not the best. And look at this point. Now, match point for the Florida Goats. A chance for a second set tie break for Mexico Waves. Just checking to see one or two serves. Oscar. Really good serve. What a shot that was down the line. Great recovery though by Maxi. Oscar watches it well. Goes for the big hit down the line. Great return. Vinny. And they take the point. Well, there were two incredible shots in that rally. Both by Vinny Di Francesco. First a shot down the line, then the recovery. And then for a second, it looked easy for Oscar Matias Almada, but in the end, that volley straight into the net. And 7-6, 7-5. What a game. Over 90 minutes. Thrilling. I was preparing myself for a super tiebreak, just like when these two teams met in New York. But in the end, Florida Goats taking the match in straight sets. We're going to take a quick look at the stats from the game. Points won. Well, Florida Goats won more points on Mexico Waves serve and dropped less points on their service game, but still, look at that breaks points converted. Solo by both. Mexico Waves taking 80% of the golden points. Again, those long rallies are so important. 63% Florida Goats. So congratulations to Vinny Di Francesco and Miguel Briega, defeating Oscar Matias Almada and Maxi Montano in straight sets, 7-6, 7-5. So earlier today, Toronto Polar Bears beating Houston Volts, 6-3, 6-1, and a straight set win for the Florida Goats. Now, shortly will be the third game of the slate. Women's doubles, Las Vegas Smash, DC Matrix, followed by New York Atlantics, San Diego Stingrays. Don't go too far away, a short break here at this Padel up Culver City venue in Los Angeles, and we'll be back for more PPL 2.
táctico. Tírame un besito que soy práctico. Para ti yo tengo flow bien clásico. Para darte amor yo soy bien táctico. Para no te claro, solo quiero que te vengas. Vete pa' mi casa o pa' donde tú prefieras. Yo quiero contigo, yo te doy a mi manera. Como tú quieras. Soy el voluntario. Todo lo que quiera, todo lo que quiera. Tírame un besito, que quiero contigo. Tírame un besito, tírame un besito, que quiero
Hello, welcome back here to these PPL 2 events taking place in Los Angeles. Up next, after 2 excellent games so far, first day of competition here in LA, we saw the Toronto Polar Bears beat the Houston Volts in straight sets 6-3, 6-1. Congratulations to Jordi Lujan and Carla Rodriguez, defeating Renata Martinez and Sofia Adamovich. Then it was Florida Goats, who saw off Mexico Waves again in straight sets, but much tighter, 7-6, 7-5, beating Francesco and Miguel Briega, seeing off Oscar Matias Almada and Maxi Montano. Now it's a turn of DC Matrix against Las Vegas Smash. Egne Petrauskate, 41-year-old veteran super player, excellent ground shots, makes up a good team with Shannon Hudson, who plays on the right side. As for Las Vegas Smash, Ana Cortines, Spaniard, 29 years old, she tees up with Venezuelan, 32-year-old Elena Perez. So we've got a warm-up now, which will last about 5 minutes, and then we'll be underway here. Looking forward to this matchup. Now, of course, I'll be giving you updates of how the system works, how the point system works. If you've never seen Padel before, it's very, very intense, the scoring. And also the sets, and there is a tie break. Should it be 6-all, 7-6, first 7 points, you can win by 2 clear points, and a super tie break. That will be in the 3rd set. If we're tied set apiece, it will go to a super tie break to 10 points. Now, looking at the event in New York, which was a huge success at that Group Point venue in Brooklyn Powerhouse, and then here in LA, we're seeing a lot of people tune in to Padel for the first time now. For avid watchers, regular viewers, even those that have tried playing Padel, it's always good to watch games of any standard at this level, because tactics, technique, how certain players play, some players prefer those big smashes, some players prefer slightly more strategic play, serves to the glass down the middle, what kind of effects to use, maybe less topspin, of course, more side spin, back spin, especially on those volleys. Looking forward to this matchup. Lost both games, they played DC Matrix in New York, but on their service games, they were good. True, they came up against a very good Miami Padel Club, who won the 2 games they played at the group stages, Marta Varga and Brittany Dubbins, and then of course they took the final. As for the men's final, the winners will be in action later on today in that final game. Jaime Fermosel and Jose Carlos Gaspar will be taking on Dami Dia from Chile and Ivo and Matten. That is the New York Atlantics against the Stingrays in the final game of the slate on day 1 of competition here from LA. But first, we have this 3rd installment. Now we're going to see more Padel on Friday. More games also to look forward to on Saturday before the main event at the Barker Hangar in Santa Monica. Final words of wisdom from the coaches. For the Las Vegas Smash, on this near side, Ana Cortiles and Elena Perez. Clever little shot there up against the cage, that backhand. As you can see, Ana Cortiles sticking on to that left-hand side. Elena leaving that gap, and you've got a lot of ground to cover if you do set up in that Australian doubles formation, because you do that because you want to respect your side of the court. Or speeding through this opening service game. Las Vegas smash. Trauskate drifts over that lobby into the corner. Need to try and get forward if possible. DC Matrix, and they do, but that's a lovely shot. Just floated over the net. No real power needed. And a love service game for the Las Vegas smash. Quick turnaround. For Trauskate to serve. So if you're watching for the first time, as you can see, the court is unique with those fences and back wall. 10 meters wide, 20 meters long, and it's surrounded by glass and mesh walls. And those walls play a part here, you can see. You can also use the walls to keep rallies alive. As Shannon goes slightly wide with the volley. So you've got the playing area of Padel and the walls that enclose the court. As for the bounce, it's one bounce, of course, as with most racket sports. The scoring, identical to tennis, but here at the PPL and PPL 2, you have the golden point. It just adds to the excitement and drama. With a golden point, winner takes all. So if you serve, and it's a golden point, it's the opposing team who can choose which of the two players receives the serve for that all-important golden point. 30-all. Trauskate and Hudson at the net. Need to stay there. And of course, your opponents are going to force you back. Great volley that from Bereth. And they're bossing the net. And they now have 2 break points. Under pressure early on their service game, DC Matrix. And long, that shot down the line. And we do have our first golden point. Trauskate to serve. And Cortiles opting to receive. That comes up short. 1-1. A lot of running in Padel, despite the small dimensions of the court. Ever played squash? A lot of running in squash too. Here you have a lot of ground to cover, and of course the aim is to get forward. They force you back. You get forward. They force you back. You have to try and gain control of the net at all cost, really. Control the net, you win more points. You can see there the 2 DC Matrix players are behind the service line, and there you have to defend. It's difficult to hit winners. You're that far deep. Slightly wayward. That backhand from Shan. 30 love. Becomes 40. Again, looking for another love service game, but this time slightly wide. On the other court, just to our right, there are 3 courts at this venue. We have the players from the next game warming up. Big one. Stingrays v the New York Atlantics in the men's double. 4 big games on day 1 of competition. Back-to-back points for DC Matrix. Still serving for a 2-1. It is. Will be Shannon Hudson returning and serving when play resumes. Watching PPL 2 here from Los Angeles. After that big success in New York, we are here in LA. Next stop, Mexico in September. 24th to the 27th, Playa del Carmen. Then in November, Guadalajara, Mexico, before the season ends. The Cities Cup finals in Miami, December the 3rd to the 6th, where the PPL will end, and also we will see in action players from the PPL 2. As the 2 top men's and 2 top women's pairings in the ranking will qualify for that main event in Miami as wildcards. So 8 PPL teams will qualify. 2 will miss out completely, and the qualifiers placed 7th and 8th will take on the wildcard winners from the PPL 2. So a lot to play for with these players here in the PPL 2. Set up this competition as a development competition, I think you can call it. It was only created earlier this year. And the idea was to develop paddle players, help develop, promote the game, and also see an improvement in the standard of players from North America. We have these 10 franchises. We have Canada, Mexico, and the US. And each year, we're seeing the competition evolve, grow, and the standard of players, local players, improve. Which is the goal, and also to see this game grow in North America. We're seeing courts popping up across Mexico, more courts in Canada, more courts also in the US. And with more courts, more players, and it won't be long before we see some American players, Mexican players, Canadians competing at the very highest level. And you already have some, Brittany Dubbins, for example, top 75 in the world. As you can see, we're frozen, but not the scoreboard. So top left of your screen, 2-2 with serve in this opening set, 3rd game of the slate. Now, occasionally we have had a few minor technical issues, but hopefully they'll be ironed out completely and we can continue enjoying this third game. DC Matrix, Las Vegas Smash, 2-2. That's a really well-placed shot. That was clever. Again, placement, not power. Power, of course, at certain moments during a point, especially if you're at the net and you can hit an outright winner with a smash. But from the baseline, or deep up against the glass, behind that service line, you don't see too many power shots. But of course, those big hitters can hit smashes, winners from almost up against the glass. It's quite incredible to see. Forty love. And a quick service game, 3-2. Still with serve in this opening set. So what we've seen so far, keep errors to a minimum, get to that net, try and win more points. A lot of shots down the middle work best, and lobs should be a key part of your game. It's coming out now. 3-2. Las Vegas Smash lead here in Los Angeles. Petrowskite to serve for the DC Matrix. Two good serves. 30 love. So you don't see many aces in paddle, but still a good serve. Can either set you up for an easy volley, or can, as you can see now, win the point outright. Definitely, along with her ground shots, the strongest part of the game. So well disguised there by Petrowskite. I'll serve. $40-15. And again, Perith really struggling to return the serve. 3-3. Really good service game. Late Petrowskite. Well, not much really Hudson could do. It was a decent height. Still have to hit the winner. Those lobs need to be, if possible, slightly deeper. But easier said than done. You don't realise how fast that ball travels until you get courtside. That ball just flies through the air at great speed. And you've got a split second to make a call. Much better that. Lob. And this one, however, just slightly long. Oh, great reflexes there. And that was straight at Shannon. Quick apology from Ana Gordilis. Sometimes aiming towards, not directly at the player, is the best option, especially therefore we saw Shannon race forward, somehow conjure up a great return, but arm was up, not in position to play the next shot, so hit the ball towards her, and there you go. An easy point. 4-3, still with serve in this opening set. Be the turn of DC Matrix to serve Shannon Hudson after a small break. Shannon Hudson serving for DC Matrix. Oh, that was some right-footed drive there. Showing off her football skills. Ruth Elena Perez, 15-0. And you can see straight away, having missed that shot, they turned around and looked at the glass because it was a wicked shot. I mean, the ball was dipping and had a slight curve on it. And the moment it made contact with the back wall, it just dipped completely. That's why spin is so important. Those spins are good, apart from topspin. Unless you're hitting a smash, overhead smash. And sometimes you hit a shot on the rise quickly, a little topspin, but without too much power, because it ends up being counter-effective in the sense that you can turn what should be a winning shot into, oh no, we now have to defend. It hits that back glass and just bounces up at a very inviting height for your opponent. A break in this set. Can Luther Perez hold on to her service game. That's a really good serve again. Not just the power, but if it comes off that glass at an angle, it's always difficult to return. And again, another decent delivery. 30 love. Just hitting before the glass. Makes a sound. Sometimes it's difficult for the eye to perceive. Nice little lob. And that was out. Well, a chance here to take the first set. Las Vegas smash. Goes long with the first serve. Perez. Draws in that double-handed backhand. Traskate. Hudson looks at that approach volley. Now her double partner sticks back, so you're kind of wondering, do I come forward, do I go back? That was just in. And Gordilis couldn't dig up that volley. Still 3 opportunities to take this opening set for Las Vegas Smash. And there's the winner. Little volley down the middle. Superb play, really good service game with Elena Perez. And Las Vegas Smash take the opening set. 6 games to 3 hit in LA. With serve, then from 3-3. 3 straight games won by Las Vegas Smash, who have made very few unforced errors. And also they've been dominating the net. So for DC Matrix, when play resumes, can they be slightly more aggressive and try and get to that net and dominate points? Now when you're leading, you want to get things underway quickly. Hudson and Petrowski still over at the team bench. Both Ana Cortelius and Luis Elena Perez are on the court. Now there is no umpire here, so an umpire would tell players to come out. I mean, there's a gentleman there in a white cap who changes the balls and has just come out to say, come on guys, out you come. Flat volley there, now goes for the winner. Doesn't get enough on it. Petrowski tucks away that nice volley. And there, Shannon, tough volley down low to her right, but because it was down low, had to hit it up. And that allowed the opponents a chance to hit a winner. Playing very well with Elena Perez on the drive side. And there you go, commentator's curse. Back into the net. As well. Whoa, and there's the pour 4. Big smash winner down the middle. Pour 4 because the wall at the back, the glass wall with the extra metre high fence, measures 4 metres high. So por is in 4, as in it bounced over the 4 metre wall. So por 4 or por 3 in Spanish for the sidewall. Quite a few words. A lot of jargon comes from Spanish in paddle. And of course, the sport was invented in Mexico. And the 2 main countries who dominate the international scene are Spain and Argentina. So you have quite a few words like the biura and bandeja, which is a really important shot in paddle. When there's a high shot and you hit it with an open-faced racket, trying to send it quite deep into the opponent's court. Bandeja is Spanish for tray, so it's a tray shot. Just imagine carrying some drinks on a tray, high over your right-hand shoulder, if you're right-handed, and you bring that tray down as if to serve the table, but across to your left-hand side. Well, that is the bandeja action when you play bandeja. High right, low left. Also, you've got to try to make sure those drinks don't drop, which is very similar to that spinning of the wrist as you lower for bandeja. Well, not the best start for DC Matrix in this second set. Broken early on. Is quickly out for this second set. Now, DC Matrix in New York did kind of like a watching session where they got together at the club and watched both games played by Petrowski and Hudson. I believe there was 3 hot dogs one day, maybe hamburgers the second day. I wonder if they ever gather together again for this contest. They're looking at the time, I suppose, brunch about now. It's 12:30, just gone local time here in Los Angeles. In Central Europe, CEST, Central European Summertime, it's just gone 9:30 local time. Massive market in Europe. You tune into paddle any time of the day. It's such a popular sport. And we saw the PPL in Spain, in San Sebastian. And people took note and started following the competition. This season the focus is more on developing local talent, so it's a good medium long-term investment, with the PPL2 also helping, developing lots of new players, spreading the word in North America, and having teams, 10 franchises. Got a team from Canada who played earlier today and won, the Toronto Polar Bears, and also a team from Mexico, Mexico Waves. Great pick up there by Hudson. But a sitting duck, that was impossible to retrieve. (40-30). On the back foot, you can see they're on the back foot in that point. Not much they could really do. But if you're both deep and the other two players on the other side of the court are at the net, there's only so much defending you can do. So a break down in this second set. DC Matrix. Comes up middle ground really well and does well trying to get it back into play. Goes for the fake smash, and that's it again. Look at the back glass. It was not even the power, it was the spin. It was all about the spin. Really well played again. Crafty shot there from Ana Cordiles. Chips it back into play. That spin takes it towards Cordiles. He gets forward again, they're at the net. Las Vegas smash. Wide from Petrowski. And in a bit of trouble now on their service game. 2-0 down in the second set, having dropped the first set 6-3. Race back, Transcate. Good lob over Cortiles. And looking for a really tough shot on an easy angle. 15-30. Later after this game, we've got another doubles match to look forward to. Be the turn of New York Atlantics against the Stingrays. Jaime Fermosel and Jose Carlos Gaspar will be in action against Danny Diaz and Ivo Andermatten. The team to beat the New York Atlantics. Winners in New York in July. And that double bounce serves up 3 break points for Las Vegas Smash. Second serve. Cuts across. God, it is with a really clever love. That's a brilliant backhand there. A lovely approach shot. And again, excellent. Really bossed the point from start to finish, Pacharaskate. Really intelligent paddle. Every single shot was perfect. Still facing 2 break points. Well, now facing 1 break point. Golden point. Who's going to receive? Cortiles or Luis Elena Perez? Well, it's going to be Venezuelan. And that was so lucky. But they all count. You apologise and then probably smile to your doubles partner. That net call in the end favouring Las Vegas Smash. Could have dropped either side, but luck on the side of the Smash, who lead 3 games to love in this second set. Enjoying PPL 2 here from Las Vegas. This is the 3rd game on the slate. PC Matrix, Las Vegas Smash. Las Vegas Smash taking the first set, 6-3. And in the second set, 3 games to love. They'll be serving. Tillis serving. Straight away onto that backhand side. Just wide. That attempted passing shot. There was a small gap. I think Petrowski had it covered. Well, she was where she needed to be. That was just bad luck there for Shannon. Because when you're so close to net, normally a miss hit, that ball would drop in. But now had the net call go against him in the previous service game. Again, unlucky. Now can they get forward? Can they make something from this point? Go forward again. Oh, they ought to stay slightly deeper. Petrowska. Oof. And another slice of luck. This one kissing the tape. Even scurrying along the tape before dropping on the side of DC Matrix. Still 40-30. Still serving for 4 games to love. And the power on that, too much for Shannon Hudson. 4 love it is. Love 15. Now for those wondering why there is a PPL 2, it's a new league with events across North America. We had New York, LA, we've got 2 in Mexico coming up, and it offers the opportunity to these teams, which of course linked to their franchises. 10 teams in the PPL 2, 10 franchises of course in the PPL, but they get to compete together in that final season finale in Miami, the Cities Cup, 3rd to the 6th. And the launch is basically a commitment to growing paddle and developing paddle players in Canada, the US and Mexico. So now there's a clear pathway for these athletes to improve their game with very good competition, good games. And we're seeing from one event to another how the players are improving. Oh, just couldn't quite get over the net. There was so much side spin on her original shot, and then the return from Cordelius, and then Petrowska trying to get that backhand over the net. And in the end, we are racing through the second set, and Las Vegas Smash will be serving for the win. Well, if this game ends now, don't go too far away, because we still have another match to look forward to. Defending champions from New York Atlantics, Jaime Fermosel and Jose Carlos Gaspar, against Ivo and Matten and Chilean Danny Diaz. Second serve. Oh, that was drilled backhand there from Hudson. Some really good technique. Also Petrowska. But if your basis or beginnings in a racket sport, tennis, it does take time to adjust to playing paddle. Now, what we will hopefully get with this competition, the PPL 2 PPL, is that younger players may start actually playing paddle first. That's what we're seeing in Argentina. That's what we're seeing in Spain. And it'll be that generation that'll be pushing for the top 50, 40, 30, 20 in the world. And the poor three. And that again just died at the feet of Petrowski, and very solid performance from start to finish. Las Vegas smash. 6-3, 6-love. Very impressive. They never made mistakes. They clearly dominated the net. Very good on their serve. And also, that luck that you kind of need to have. Those 3 net calls that, had they gone the other way, maybe 1 or 2 more games would have been won by DC Matrix. But Las Vegas Smash deserved winners of this 3rd game here on day 1 of the competition, PPL 2 in Los Angeles. So we've had wins so far for Toronto Polar Bears, who beat the Houston Volts. That opening game was followed by a men's doubles match. We saw the Florida Goats beat Mexico Waves, again in straight sets, but a much tighter 7-6, 7-5. And now, moments ago, a win for Las Vegas Smash. 6-3, 6-love. I tell you what, this little kid here can definitely hit some ground shots. This is exactly what we were saying. Getting small kids to start playing paddle at an early age. It's actually really good. I mean, the racket is almost his size. Is in that the size of the kid. Look at those, the technique, little block volleys, hand-eye coordination, movement. That was cheeky, wasn't it? Well, there we go. A young player showing that if you learn this game early on, you pick up so many good things, because if you come from tennis and have a tennis background, sometimes your shot selection is quite what it should be. You sometimes use too much power. In tennis, you get a winning shot, you've won the point. If you've passed your opponent, you've won the point, but not here. You have that glass. It completely changes the strategy of the game. But anyway, guys, quick break, and we're almost about to start our final game. It's been a good opening day of competition. We're going to see the New York Atlantics take on the Stingrays in a moment or two. They go too far away. Hello, welcome here back to LA. Hope you've not gone too far away. Hope you've been watching all the games on this court. This is the fourth and final instalment of day one of the competition. We've had wins for the Toronto Polar Bears against Houston Volts, Florida Goats beating Mexico Waves moments ago, the victory for Las Vegas Smash, and the women's doubles defeating DC Matrix. Now, our final game, New York Atlantics against the Stingrays. Ivo Matten from Argentina, 23 years old. He partners Danny Diaz from Chile, who will be playing on the drive side. For the New York Atlantics, Jaime Fermosel, 28-year-old Spaniard who starred in the last event in New York alongside his doubles partner Jose Carlos Gaspar. Gaspar, also a Spaniard, also 28. The team to beat, New York Atlantics. They are top of the standings, and right now they would be the team that would qualify along with, it's tight, San Diego Stingrays, Florida Goats, for the event, the Cities Cup in Miami. So for the San Diego Stingrays, this is a massive, massive game, because a victory here would boost their chances of finishing in the top two. It would also close the gap on the current runaway leaders, New York Atlantics. We will still have two more events following the one here. Playa del Carmen in Mexico. Jot down these dates, 24th to the 27th of September. Then in November, the 19th to the 22nd, Guadalajara. And then the finale, Miami, 3rd to the 6th of December. So last year started in Miami, ended in New York. Roles reversed this season. The finale will be in Miami. If you're watching from Europe, slightly earlier time than here in LA, where the difference with Central European summertime stands at 9 hours. So it must be nearing 10 o'clock if you are in Central Europe and watching this PPL 2 event from LA. Now, I've not seen a fast court. But that is due to altitude. Also, humidity plays a part too. And also the pressure of the balls. We looked at the pressure, so I'm just apologising to some people watching who might be watching the whole session. If I may have repeated myself, it's for the newcomers. Just talking about the pressure in the balls, how different they are from tennis balls. Also, some of the materials used in rackets, some of the shots and techniques, and some of the basic rules of thumb to follow if you are starting off in paddle. Now, we've had the players warming up for a few minutes. They are now with their coaches. It's a good, relaxed atmosphere about these events. Even the PPL, it's what made it really special. That team vibe, the banter between the players. Also, so many venues this side of the Atlantic, because up until the PPL started, there was very little in the way of world-class paddle events people could attend, to even watch, because also the times, they were all being played at good times for Europe, but maybe not good times for the audience in North America. So now, Mexico, US and Canada, yes, of course, there's a time difference between the East and West Coast, but good times, families, kids can be watching this and thinking, well, I want to try paddle. You should. It's fun. It's quite easy to pick up, accessible for all skill levels, and there's a massive social appeal too, because it's doubles and there's plenty of fun and banter. It's a great joy to watch. So we'll just leave the players as they prepare for this final game. Not too long before we're underway here in LA with this San Diego Stingrays New York Atlantics men's doubles. This match should be shortly underway here in Los Angeles. Been a fun opening day. Really looking forward to day 2 also. With more games on day 3. And then on day 4, the best 2 women's pairings and the best 2 men's pairings be competing in the final podium day in the PPL 2. So we have an improvised umpire here. I mean, the players can't decide between themselves. I mean, if there are any contentious issues, you can't just play the point again. And maybe the umpire will step in. He's not really an umpire, but his job is to just make sure things flow. Coin toss at the start. And then, of course, change the balls, new balls. And we saw in the previous game, some players are taking a bit too long between games when they rest. Then I'll ask them just to hurry things on a little. And I don't know how long the players are going to warm up for, because they have been warming up on the other court to your right. And then here for a good 10 minutes. And they're actually playing against their doubles partner in that previous warm-up. But now they're set up. San Diego Stingrays, New York Atlantics. I'm FM Marcel. playing on the backhand side. Jose Carlos Gaspar on the drive or forward side. On the right side, Danny Diaz for the Stingrays. Backhand, Ivo and Matin. Now, if you like the kits they're wearing, try and find these teams on Instagram and anywhere on social media. Try and get these jerseys, because some of the ones from last year sold like hotcakes. I'm not going to say which one was my favourite, but it sold out before I could actually get one. So I'm not going to make the same mistake this year. Well, a warm-up normally ends with smashes, so we can't be too far away from the start of this. San Diego Stingrays, New York Atlantics. Well, this game was meant to start earlier. I believe 1 o'clock local time. So we are on schedule. The longest game we had so far today was the previous men's doubles. 7-6, 7-5. A win for the Florida Goats against Mexico Waves. Vinny Di Francesco, Miguel Briega, defeating Oscar Matias Almada and Maxi Montano. 8-6 in the first set tie-break. Florida Goats salvaged 3 set points. In that tie-break, they were 6-3 down. It was tight also in that second set, with the only break coming right at the end. There were no service breaks in that first set, just the one in that second set. Last couple of minutes of this warm-up. Really looking forward to this final game. Watching these players warm up. You don't need too much away. Of course, these players know one another. They've come up against each other in the past. So not many secrets, but still the game plan is so important, and also how you set up? Are you looking to dominate, which both teams should do, get to that net? Maybe you be focusing on one of the two players. If you see one player maybe slightly below the weather, maybe struggling, you would aim most of the shots in that player's direction. Every once and then, you know, look to play them to the other side of the court, because of course the more you play to one player, more you'll see the other player edge towards his partner to try and get involved, leaving a bigger gap down his side of the court. So sometimes you see when a player seems to be struggling, the rally is directed almost exclusively at that player. Oh, just missing one player. And then we can get started in this final game. San Diego Stingrays, New York Atlantics. This one should be a cracker. Again, that Australian line-up to get back onto his side of the court quickly. Gaspar. $15-0. Are the favourites. New York Atlantics, because they have been the best team so far this season. 30-15. Diaz covering it again, going long with that volley. So for those watching, you've got Jose Carlos Gaspar serving with the bandana. Femerson with that white cap. Ivo and Matten with the white cap, white jersey. And the black cap is Danny Diaz, just helping viewers at home. I'm sure the players want to come back out, really. You know, you've had a long break warming up, a long warm-up session. That is what the two Stingray players want, get things underway. Diaz serving. $15-0. Got four very aggressive players out on court. Oh, who threw that ball? That was bad timing. Unfortunate. Sometimes it happens. When you're serving, that can be really annoying. And you lose the next point because sometimes your focus is just, that's happened, and you kind of get annoyed. 15-0. Just look at the style of play. And that's a brilliant shot again. So aggressive. Fedmersen, 28 years old. Not the biggest player on the circuit. But his aerial prowess, he's got great reach, great anticipation, and almost like a basketball player. He's like a guard. He can jump so high. It's that standing jump as well. Very athletic. Fedmersen takes that extra step forward. Look at that shot there from Fedmersen. They turn defense into attack. Oof, this time got it wrong. Looking for a big topspin smash. A bit wild that. 30-all. Goes for the smake satch. Really clever. Really well disguised by the Argentine. Haven't seen too many of those so far today. I think we've seen a couple. That's the third. But it's all about power. It's how you disguise your shots. Great retrieval by Diethly, shot down at the feet of Gaspar. Fedmersen has to scurry back. And that just dropped like a dead weight. 1-1. Saw a few of those in the early game too. DC Matrix at that end when a couple of shots just died after bouncing up against the glass wall. Big topspin smash, no way back from there. Just wants to quickly mop up some sweat from that racket handle. Also Carlos Gaspar. They continue playing as they have done so far this season. The two 28-year-olds from Spain could well make that play in his wild card entrance. Oh, what a shot, what a passing shot. Just whipped it over the net superbly. Danny Diaz. Not happy. Didn't need much really, just, you know, it was into the tape. Half an inch. It might have cleared the net. And another mistake. Danny Diaz, 30-all. Patient to get to the net. Digs it out from under his feet. And a Matten. Gaspar. Facing break points and on the back foot in this rally. And excellent. Stingrays have broken the New York Atlantics early in this opening set. Oh, look at that. There was an extra point up on the board. In the end, it was actually a golden point. And in the end, New York Atlantics won it. Gaspar with the winner. So there you go. What looked like a moment of joy for the Stingrays ended up being one where they are left empty-handed. 2-1 still with serve in this opening set. Diaz out. Made a couple of mistakes, one unforced, the other wasn't an easy shot to play, but still, I'll be disappointed. Ian, Ivor and Matten. Good doubles team. But this will be the toughest test we would have faced in the PPL 2 so far this season. Jaime Fermosel and Jose Carlos Gaspar, who played 3-1-3 in New York a month ago. Tucked up into the corner. That's really Fermosel could do. And they've got you back up against the glass. You can't hit the shot you want to hit because you can't take your racket back. So you've got to make sure, if you're not used to playing paddle, you stand a racket's length away from the back wall. Because the only thing you can do is just block. Of course, the swing in paddle is very different from that used in tennis, apart from the main smashes out from Diaz. 30-15. Two games apiece in this first set. Just quickly taking a look at what we've got lined up for tomorrow, and it's going to be just as exciting as day one of the competition. More on that later. With serve in this opening set. Sends that flying into the tape. Fermosel. Almost got it over the net. Gaspar. Really like Gaspar's serving technique. It's not about power when he serves. You can see he does like to mix and match his game. Just got enough on it there. Somehow grazed the ball over under Matten. Fermosel has to scurry back across to his side of the court. Sends over Matten back tracking. Excellent winner, and you've got a point at your teammate. That was so well played by Ander Matten throughout the point. Diaz hit the winner. It was all about the whack put in by the Argentine. And now it's love 40 on Gaspar serve. And a wonderful topspin winner. The way that ball just kicked up off the back glass and over the sidewall. The par 3. And they have their break, the Stingrays. They lead by 3 games to 2 in this opening set. Oh, the gentleman with the white cap just tracking across the court. I think he's just telling the players to get back out there and continue. Oh, these Stingrays are broken. They know you've got antics. 3-2. They lead in this opening set. Danny Diaz serving for the San Diego Stingrays. Love 15. Have to dig it low there, Gasparin again. Fermacell looks the lob on a chance to get forward for New York, but had to stretch there. And that's an excellent volley once again by Ivor and Matten. Not used to seeing the New York Atlantics on the back foot. Goes for the big hit, takes it first time. Gets a bit of a lucky bounce there, just apologises out of Matten, but I suppose he aimed for it. That joint, the glass and the cage, is even more unpredictable than if the ball hits the cage itself. So back-to-back points, 30-15. Good stretch there, wasn't easy for Danny Diaz. Ivan Matten, how did you get that back into play? No chance there. Bruising smash winner, Fermacell. Maybe even a bit of frustration in that shot. They know they need to break at some point in this opening set. And now might not be a bad time. 30-all. They say you're at your most vulnerable when you've just broken your opponents. So looking for a counter break. The Atlantics. Goes wide. That was a good return from the serve. Fermacell, 2 break points. Well, that was like shooting practice. Juice. Golden point. And it's long from Fermacell. And they managed to hold on. The Stingrays facing 2 break points. They win the first, take it to a golden point. Fermacell's return goes long. And they have cemented that break 4-2. San Diego lead. Oh! And a Matten. I want to see that one again. Gets out I mean, you can risk life and limb to try and squeeze out that gap. Keeps his eye on the ball. And here's that backhand winner. Stingrays lead. New York are doing what they need to do. Take their service game. But they need to break their opponents. See how important it is to just win your service game. We saw that in the previous men's doubles. They ended up losing because they got broken just the once in the second set, Mexico Waves. But they were taking their service game. It wasn't easy. They were in trouble. They faced 6 break points across the 2 sets before eventually getting broken in that second set late on. But when they were receiving, they struggled. They didn't win many points, but it's all about just winning the service game, staying in the match, winning the service game. It doesn't matter if you're winning a golden point to 30. Obviously, it's better if you win to love, but just stay in the match. So, the Stingrays now will be serving for a 5-3 lead. And that will just put a bit more pressure on the New York Athletics. Well, again, the improvised umpire comes out to tell the New Atlantic players to get back out onto court. No warning here. It's just taking a bit more time. Just probably going through a game plan. Get back into their set as they are 1 break down. Dinked over there. Gaspar. And then off the glass here into the net. Well, not what they wanted when they came back after that break. I'm sure the attention was on breaking back. They find themselves 40 love down. Oh. Great reflexes out of Madsen. What a shot there by Fermacel. And that's long from Danny Diaz. Great retrieval, Fermacel. Five games to 3. So what we just saw there was La Salida, which is exit in Spanish. De pista would be court. And that's when you dash off the court to retrieve a shot without getting injured. It's not easy. I mean, the gap isn't that big. Also, you're running, you're carrying a racket. You've got to get your arms through, your whole body, keep track of the ball, get it back into play, get back onto court. But they make it look so easy. Thursday love on the serve of Jose Carlos Gaspar. Gets the net call. 40 love. in the previous women's doubles. DC Matrix when they had about 3 or 4 of those. Quite unlucky. And it all came in 2 consecutive games. And that's a winner there from Marcel. Well, that is the service game they needed. But when they come back out, they would need to break the Stingrays. Who'll be serving for the first set here. Here in Los Angeles, we'll be watching men's and women's doubles. 5 men's doubles teams, 5 women's doubles teams. So we've got the 10 franchises. Florida Goats, Los Angeles Beat, Atlantics, Toronto Polo Bears, Miami Paddle Club, Las Vegas Smash, Houston Volts, DC Matrix, Mexico Waves, and San Diego Stingrays. So we have 5 teams who provide men's or women's, and the other 5 franchises, so no team has both men's and women's here at this event. Well, guess who has to come back out here once again? Might just want to take a permanent seat next to the New York Atlantics players. Always seem to take a few extra seconds than you normally do when things aren't going your way. It's not gamesmanship, but it's just trying to work things out and looking at what to change. Marcel was well positioned, but that was just unlucky. If that ball hits the corner, it could go anywhere. Even either side makes it a really tough shot to play. Looks for that fence, Diaz, and then cuts across Gaspar and sends that volley into the net. Just 2 points away from the first set. That's a tough shot to pick up by Danny Diaz, and well played by Marcel. How he just hovered in the air. And then the Bibera volley. Aggressive down low. Well, this is the chance they have now. They can't let it slip. 3 set points for the San Diego Stingrays. Danny Diaz serving. On the back foot. New York. Able to get forward. Marcel joins Gaspar's force back. And it's long from Gaspar. And the first set taken by San Diego Stingrays. 6 games to 4. That all-important break. And then just winning their service games to take this first set. So 6-4 that first set to the San Diego Stingrays. Well played. All four players, but Fermacell and Gaspar, have some work on their hands for the Atlantics. As we can check on the stats, look again at that long rallies won. In every single match we've seen so far, the team winning the long rallies win the match. Here they are winning the set. So, congratulations to the Stingrays. They won 54% of the points, but importantly, 72% of those long rallies. Now, it's all about being patient. It's all about sin fallo, reducing mistakes, reducing errors. Now, there's a fine line between keeping it too simple and also going for the point. If it's there, you go for the point. But there are moments where maybe a couple of extra, if you've got the net and you're in command of that position, maybe just 2 or 3 more good volleys will leave you with an easier opportunity to win the next point. Ivan Madsen, incredible reflexes, then gets out the way, allowing Diaz to take part in that block volley. For the fake smash, great recovery there by Gaspar. Switches things around, good stretch there. What a point this is, so many great angles here by all four players. Fermacell, first time, scurries across. I thought that was out. I thought that was long by Fermacell. Now, if the umpire didn't see it cleanly, I don't know if he did, they might want to play that point again, but I thought it was out. So did Danny Diaz. Great bajada there by Gaspar. Got the benefit of the doubt on that first point. 30 love. Going long, Danny Diaz with that backhand volley. Watching here, PPL 2 from Los Angeles. All these players hoping to be competing at the Cities Cup, which will be the conclusion of this regular season. Only the top 2 men's pairings will be there, and the top 2 women's pairings. Good shot there from Ivan Madsen. So the top 2 women's and men's will qualify as wild card entrants in the Cities Cup, and they'll be playing those play matches against the PPL teams that finish 7th and 8th, and then the winners of those playing will progress to the quarter-final. Good service game, Gaspar and Fermacell. I wonder if, maybe not, maybe the players will be out quickly. There he was. Just about to head towards the court. Just taking a seat now. To the side of the court. The gentleman serving as a makeshift umpire. Day so far today, packed day tomorrow, more on Saturday, main event on Sunday. All live from Los Angeles, and you can follow us here with the PPL 2 and the PPL. There is more paddle, so it won't end with this match here. The Pro Paddle League at the Barker Hangar in Santa Monica, starting today, the 13th, until the 16th. And some really good games to look forward to there also. Going to see the women's Toronto Polar Bears take on the Las Vegas Smash. Followed by the men's doubles. Again, the Canadian outfit against the Las Vegas Smash. And in that Saka matchup, it'll be the turn of the LA Beat, the home side, against the New York Atlantics, as we get new balls here. So 4 matches today, starting at 4 o'clock local time in Los Angeles, which is at 1 o'clock in the morning, Central European summertime. So in just over 2 hours time. So it'd be very unlikely that this session will overlap with the PPL 1 matchup 1. So you have enough time to have a little break before watching more paddle. You can follow it in English and Spanish. So no excuse not to tune in later to watch the Toronto Polar Bears, Las Vegas Smash, and LA Beat, New York Atlantics, from the Barker Hangar, Santa Monica, LA, California. Been a great event so far. Wonderful passing shot by Diaz, but does so again, Fermacell, just to keep the rally alive. Diaz though with the winner, as Fermacell was tucked up in the corner. Body language is often a good indicator, and not yet seeing that spark that we saw from these two players in green in that last event in New York. When they get going, you just get quick fire points, one after another, one after another. They seem to just build tempo. But they've struggled against a very good Danny Diaz and Ivo Andermatten so far here. Got 3 points for a 2-1 lead in this second set. Fermacell. Again, arrows that serve down the middle. Gaspar allowing that ball to drop probably too low. Just snatching at it slightly. That's almost pinball at the net between the 4 players. Great block volley, that's going out. Really good volley there. Voanda Matten. Still an opportunity for that 2-1 lead, but it's also a break point. New York Atlantics losing back-to-back points and now having to defend a break point. Two-one with serve in this second set, going along with that return. So a quick break again. These games are flying by. Dieth and Voanda Matten out first. Missing a golden point opportunity to break, but they've been playing extremely well, especially in that first set. And I wouldn't say they were underdogs as such, but definitely the favourites. The pairing from New York Atlantics. So at least they have guaranteed a super tie break. They could lose this set. It would go to super tie break. So that's the benefit of winning that first set. Have a massive safety net. Unlike the New York Atlantics. And from stretch keeps it alive. Over Matten, another good volley. I mean, those glass walls are made out of stern stuff. I mean, players who weigh, good 85 kilos, bouncing off them. Some players often use those walls just to gain momentum. Good approach volley, and first I'd love to get forward and attack. But the winner there, Danny Dieth, 30 love. Playing with confidence. San Diego. Their men's doubles team won the final at the PPL event in New York. So just imagine the two men teams qualify for the Cities Cup. Surely they couldn't play against one another. I have to speak to the organisers and find out how that draw would work. Because there is a good chance that there could be clubs, franchises, with not just one team or two teams, but they could have 4 teams taking part. They qualify in PPL. 8 of 10 franchises do. 7th and 8th will play the play-in, but they still qualify and will be at that event in Miami. 2-2. But you just imagine your men's and women pairings from the PPL 2 also make the play-in. Now, what would happen if you have to play against your own team in that play-in? Lots of questions. We'll be finding out over the next couple of events. And you've got 2 more to look forward to. And there, Fermacell should have put that to bed. Didn't. Hit that cage, set up invitingly for Danny Diaz, and they lose the point. Love 15. Those 2 events, by the way. I know I've said them several times, but just in case you're tuning in, didn't jot down the names, venues, or dates. It's Guadalajara in November, Playa del Carmen in September. Those are the next 2 PPL events taking place in North America. Here we are, LA, 13th to the 16th of August, 24th to the 27th of September, Playa del Carmen, 19th to the 22nd of November, Guadalajara in Mexico. Big one there, Gaspar, 3rd to the 6th of December, Miami, the final event, the finale of the season. We're seeing very good paddle because we're seeing very few unforced errors across this match. Two points in quick succession. Turn a 15-30 into a 40-30. Serving for a 3-2 lead. That was excellent. Look how far back Ivo Andermatten was at the start of that point. Took 3 big strides forward and turned what would have been a defensive volley had he stayed put into a winner by towering over the net, backhand through the mat. Gap, wasn't a big gap, but did really well. Now can they capitalise? Can they take this golden point? Just held up a little, and didn't quite clear the side fence. Danny Diaz. And they suffer a brief scare, New York, but they take the service game with serve in the second set. 6-4, first set, the Stingrays, 3-2, New York lead in the second set. Oh, survived that brief scare, Nuke Atlantics. They lead 3-2. Danny Diaz, the Chilean serving. Qué bueno. What a good shot. Such good ground shots, Fermacell. Good pick up there. Gaspar, but there was nothing on that occasion Fermacell could do. A ball coming straight towards him. When you're racing back and that ball is heading into the corner, it's such a good shot if you can aim for the corners. It's very difficult to react. Clever chip. Right, Adam Matin there. We saw how Fermacell used that back glass to bounce forward. And again, a couple of good returns to stay alive in the point. Did everything right. Returned the 3 tough shots. And probably the easiest shot of the rally. Sent it into the net. Comes up short with that lob. Fermacell. 40-30. Esta bolita, eh? Words of encouragement from Jose Carlos Gaspar. This point, come on. Oh, no. Not to be. 3-3 in this second set. Such a difficult pickup. What a shot that was by Fermacell. It was a decent return by Danny Diaz off the serve. Down the line, low at the feet of Fermacell. Love. Brilliant serve. That serve just setting up Gaspar for an easy hit. 40 love. Well, that was Fermacell at his best. 4-3 with serve in this second set. 6-4 first set. San Diego Stingrays. 4-3. New York Atlantic's lead in this second set. That was a really good service game earlier by Jaime Fermosel. I thought his best love service game, but the shots he was pulling out, big winners, clever volleys, good service game. And if you're a player for New York, coach, fan, this is the service game you really want to win. You need to break and then be serving for that second set. But they've been very good on their service games so far, the Stingrays. Love. When that ball comes with so much power, it's difficult just to take the power out of the shot. That's what I'll try to do. How quick. Wow, how quick was Adam Matten? I mean, Adam Matten just sprinted off court, and the ball needs to bounce on their side of the court, and it came back on his side of the court, so it was an outright winner. And such a big point. Could have been 15-0. Instead of 30-15, it's now 40-love. What a brilliant bajada that was. Arrowed between the two players. And Fermosel was outstanding in that earlier service game, but more than matched by the Argentine Ivo Adam Matten. 4-4. And Diaz just swipes home that winner. Just like in that first set, at 4-4, a couple of big games. Couldn't quite get that back into play. That shot from Adam Matten just clipping the fence on its way over. Oh, just slipped there. Diaz, 30-15. That shot just clipping the fence from Adam Matten again. 40-15. Oh, that four stretch couldn't quite hook it back into play. Jose Carlos Gaspar. 40-30. Oh. Oh, that unforced error. Golden point at 4-4. And a big war cry there from Gaspar. And also a bit of relief. 5-4. Again, they just about hang on to their service game. 5-4. Down 1-0, New York Atlantics. But it's going to be the Stingrays serving to stay in the second set when play resumes. I wonder how many paces, steps that man has had to do. But not easy if his chair was on the other side of the court, wouldn't it? So I think to send this set to 5-5. Good attacking shot there from Fermosel. Oh, that's a great lob just in there by Fermosel. $15-all. He's come a step forwards there. Gaspard hit that serve on the rise. You can see just hovering over that service line. Difficult position to play in. Many players play with a step at least further back, but just there looking to attack the net. If you do play there, you need to really get down low. Did well to recover that ball's behind him, Fermosel. Diaz. Having to defend here. The Stingrays. Let's see how that lob turned things around. Oh, that brilliant shot down the middle. Gaspard picked up by Anden Matten, and the winner there by Fermosel. And it all came about following a lack of communication between the two Stingray players. Big hit, and that carries into the side. Well, there was no way that Fermosel would have got there. And that was well played there, indeed, by Anden Matten. Took the gamble, came across, took the volley. Although he was out of position, it was an outright winner. It was arrowed straight at Fermosel. His return went long into the back glass. And now we have 5-5 in this second set. So let's take that volley, not allowing it to bounce. Anden Matten. Very tough shot. Any high volley from behind the baseline. And that golden point, well, look at that. Huge, huge, incredible. So important. And what a thrilling game. A bit more drama coming up. A roller coaster game. And we have our first super tiebreak of day one. earlier today. Toronto Polar Bears winning in straight sets. Florida Goats also in straight sets. Also, 6-3, 6-love to the Las Vegas Smash in the earlier women's doubles game against DC Matrix. But here we are going into a super tie break. Such a good game between these two franchises that I suppose the best way to decide it is this super tie break. For a second, I thought he was going to take a seat on that side. Our umpire. Super tie break it is. Fermacell to serve. There's a skip in the step of the New Atlantic players. Brilliant by both players. And then not much really Fermacell could do. Just get out of the way of that Danny Diaz smash. And a Matten. Has so many good shots on him. Very complete all-round player. And they get that mini break in this super tie break. That was a strong return there. Driven over the net by Fermacell. Took it on the rise nice and early. Caught Danny Diaz. Probably just flat-footed. And there we see Fermacell. Caught in a knot. 2-1. So still. I think he hit himself in the shin as well. Oh, that can be painful. That could be really painful. How quickly he gets forward to Carlos Gaspar. The serve, and by the time the player on the other end of the court is about to hit the return, he's almost there on top of the net. Couldn't get there in time. And a Matten with serve. Just a little too long from the Argentine. Still only 23 years old. He's the youngest player out there. There's a very bright future ahead of him. Ivo, his doubles partner Danny Diaz, is 30. And his two opponents, Fermacell and Gaspar, are both 28. So 3-3. Nothing to separate these two teams. Quick end change. Remember, it's the first team to 10 points. Need to win by 2 clear. And that's a rare mistake from Marcel going long with that lob. Now, the pressure will start to mount, but we did see in a previous men's doubles game how it wasn't match point, but set points. Now, Florida Goats came back from 6-3 down in a tiebreak to win the tiebreak 8 points to 6. And long from Diaz. 4-4. Gaspar. Marcel with a really clever volley. Look at that. Took all the sting out of it. A little flick of the wrist. And it died. That's the whole point. It's not about power. You hit, what quite a few tennis players do, a really hard shot down the middle. You don't win the point outright because it comes back towards your opponents. An apology there from Gaspar as his shot just clips the net and evades Danny Diaz. 4-4 to a 4-6 lead. A bit of pressure on the Stingrays. Well, they have a mini break. New York. Get forward, New York again. They've started to dominate the net in this super tie break. Marcel wasn't too sure if his teammate was going for it. And in the end, got the wrong call, Marcel. It was actually Jose Carlos Gaspar who told him to leave, thinking the ball was going to clear that sidewall. Instead, had he stayed in, he could have retrieved it. And again, we are tied at 6-6. Level pegging in this super tie break. 6-4, 6-4, also identical. Those two first sets being tight between these two teams. There is a lot at stake. A victory here for New York will put them in a really strong position in that race to qualify for the Cities Cup in Miami. Already with still 2 events remaining, they will be clear at the top of the standings. For the Stingrays, a chance to beat the team who are top and to strengthen their push for a top 2 finish. Excellent shot down the line from Ivo and Matten. Had New York running left, right and centre. And again, it's 7-7. Now they've been playing catch-up almost the entire super tie break. A bad time to take the lead. Again, going along with his first serve. Now, some players would use a different ball. And if you win the point, use the same ball. Ivo opting to serve with the same ball. Not superstitious, at least when it comes to serving with balls. And that was loose. That was loose by Jose Carlos Gaspar. And they find themselves behind just 2 points away, the Stingrays, from what would be a hugely important win here in Los Angeles. Fermosel. Both players looking to dominate the net again. New York and Gaspar make some amends for that earlier mistake. 8-8. Whoever wins the next point will have a match point. They don't come any bigger. Fermosel serving. And New York have a match point. Danny Diaz serving. 9-8 down in the super tiebreak. Decent serve. And they stand their ground. They get to the net. And we change again. We changed at 3-3. We switched ends at 6-6. And again at 9-9. So one match point for New York. Diaz has one serve at this end. That'll be two serves for the team from New York. So a dink that from Adam Martin. That was a wonderful shot. Jose Carlos Gaspar with the winner down the middle, and again they have another match point, and it's on their serve. Second serve. Gaspar with a hit, goes to the winner. After seeing that low over, Danny Diaz. Whoa. Well, they handle the pressure once again. 10-10. So they have salvaged 2 match points. Now Gaspar serving for an 11-10 lead. They've yet to have a match point, the Stingrays. Well played there by Diaz. And that was excellent play. And they've turned things around. They have their first match point. San Diego Stingrays. 6-4, 4-6. It will be the 23-year-old from Argentina. Ivo and Matin to serve. Fermosel to receive. Goes for the glass wall. It's a decent serve. Tucked into the corner. Having to defend. New York scurries forward. Gaspar, and there's the winner. And Martin. And the Stingrays have beaten the winners from the event in New York a month ago. They won the final. They came here as favourites, but the New York Atlantics have lost in a super tiebreak. 6-4, 4-6, 12-10 to the San Diego Stingrays. In around about 90 minutes, an hour and a half, thrilling game of paddle that could have gone either side. 2 match points. New York Atlantics in the super tiebreak, but unable to take either. Credit to how they defended the Stingrays, and in the end, deserved winners of this 4th and final game here on day 1 of the competition, PPL 2 in LA. Congratulations to the winners here. We've had 4 really good games. So, as they get ready now to prepare for more action, remember you can join PPL That'll be starting in, just under 90 minutes' time. Here are the stats from this match. Took the first set, 6-4, 4-6 the second set, and then the super tie break in dramatic style. So wins earlier today. We saw Toronto Polar Bears defeat the Houston Volts women's doubles, Jordi Lohan and Carla Rodriguez, 6-3, 6-1. Florida Goats defeating Mexico Waves, Vini Di Francesco and Miguel Briega, beating Oscar Matias Almada, Maxi Montano, 7-6, 7-5. Before this final game, there was women's doubles, another really good game. It's been entertaining throughout day one. Las Vegas Smash winning 6-3, 6-love. Cortiles and Perez seeing off Petra Kate and Shan Hudson. But in this final game, probably the best, the only one that went to super tiebreak, a victory for the Stingrays. So that's it, day one of the competition done and dusted. Do join us for day 2, day 3 and also day 4. And remember, the PPL will be starting at the Barker Hangar in Santa Monica in just over an hour's time. Join my colleagues in English and Spanish. From myself, it's been a pleasure. Same time, same place tomorrow for more PPL2 from LA.